Yo. Shit. Oh, that's cool. Yo. Let's change things. Desktop. Oh, shit. I should probably turn off this dumbass light over here. Why did that one fucking turn on? Hey, buddy. How about that? Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know how late I'm streaming to. No idea. So, we're just gonna chill out. We are gonna play some video games and do the thing. I just want to check on my I just want to go on my YouTube real quick. Maybe there's something interesting I can watch. Oh wait, I know what I can do. I can do my I just realized what I forgot to. I'm dumb. All right, cool. I may be doing that as we speak. I might put on some stupid videos. Ooh. Ooh. Holy shit. D-E. E. Bins? Oh my god. Why am I sneezing? It must end in a Y. I'm already calling it. It doesn't end in a Y? What? It must be... It must end in an O then. It must be D-E... D-I? No, D-E-O... D-O... maybe... Demon? Oh. Holy. Degrade. Oh. D. D-cut? D-button? Debut? Oh, wait, what? Fuck, dude. Alright, whatever. Oh, debug. Wait, what? Oh, wait. I misspelled it. Yeah, I got it. It's debug. Ah, let's go. Easy. Yeah, I don't know this. Not at all. Call you one time more. One more time. Oh. Yeah, who the fuck is this? Fuck it. Fuck, I'm lonely. Who the fuck is this? We're jamming. We're absolutely jamming today. Full hype. Let's put on some bullshit video. I had to do fucking math homework. I totally forgot to do. Where's real engineering? What? Watch this. I haven't watched it yet. The insane engineering of the F-35B. America all day, every day. I have to do some math homework, so.
I've never flown an aeroplane like this, where you can control the motion of the aeroplane so precisely.
I'm not sure we've even scratched the surface yet of what this airplane, when it's operating with other F-35s, is going to be able to do.
The F-35B is arguably the most advanced plane ever made. A jack of all trades, a stealth fighter plane, combining and improving on the capabilities of the F-16, AV-8B Harrier, and the B-2. A highly maneuverable fighter plane, capable of attacking both airborne and ground-based targets. A stealth fighter taking the lessons learned from Lockheed's previous ventures into stealth with the F-22 Raptor and the F-117 Nighthawk. A plane fitted with the most advanced sensors and computer systems, sharing information almost instantly with allies without compromising stealth, and presenting the information directly on a heads-up display on the pilot's helmet visor, giving unparalleled situational awareness, allowing a flight of F-35s to effectively fight as a hive mind. Perhaps most boldly of all, the F-35B is capable of transitioning from horizontal to vertical flight with a push of a button, using directional thrust and a massive vertical turbofan engine hidden within the plane's body, making it possible to land like a helicopter on the relatively small amphibious assault ships of the US Marines. This is the insane engineering of the F-35B. Fitting all these capabilities into a single airframe is an extremely difficult task. Designing for stealth demands careful molding of the exterior of the plane, dictating the design of crucial features, creating unavoidable trade-offs. There are a lot of misconceptions about stealth. The goal isn't to make the aircraft invisible. It will be detectable. The goal is to delay enemy detection for as long as possible. For bomber aircraft, it shrinks the range of the enemy's radar stations, potentially opening gaps in radar defenses and allowing the aircraft to slip through undetected. For fighter aircraft, it provides a critical advantage: detect your enemy before they detect you. To gain these advantages, we need to make it harder for the radar receiver to decipher whether the return signal is just background noise or an enemy aircraft. To do that, we need to minimize the strength of the return signal. There are several mechanisms for a radar wave to be reflected. The most significant and most obvious way is through spectral return, otherwise known as regular reflection, like a mirror, where the angle of reflection equals the angle of incidence. We want to avoid large, flat surfaces that could reflect straight back to the radar receiver. Corner reflectors where two surfaces are set at a 90-degree angle to each other need to be avoided at all costs. Tailplanes consisting of the vertical and horizontal stabilizer are the perfect surfaces to create a corner reflector, allowing radar to bounce off both surfaces and return right back in the direction it came. The best way to avoid this is to remove the tail completely, like the B2, but this impacts maneuverability greatly. Instead, we can replace both the horizontal and vertical stabilizer with a V-tail, as seen on the F117 Nighthawk. The V-tail can act as both a rudder and an elevator, and we can see how by examining the resultant force generated when the control surfaces are actuated to different positions. We can actuate them in opposite directions to generate a horizontal resultant force, providing yaw control as a vertical rudder would, or we can deflect them in the same direction to provide pitch control as a horizontal elevator would. This configuration is sometimes used for unique-looking aircraft like the Cirrus SF-50, allowing it to mount a single tiny jet engine on top of the fuselage, with its exhaust directed straight through the V-tail. A private jet so tiny and lightweight that it can deploy a parachute to rescue itself in emergencies. Having rudder and elevator controls linked to a single mechanism like this is not ideal. Fighter jets like the F-35 and the F-22 need superior control authority, and that is a function of control surface area. The larger the elevator, the larger the pitch control. If a control surface is working a double role, where rudder and elevator action is needed at the same time,
I like how I'm
it
just doing
reduces
my
the control
fucking
authority.
engineering
So
homework right
both
now.
planes
I totally
also
forgot to
feature
do it. It's
large
due fucking
elevators,
tonight.
offset by a distance and angled to prevent corner
Let's see.
reflections.
Do I have enough
We
space
can
to do this
see
problem?
many more trade-offs in design by comparing
I'll
the
write it small.
F117 and the F-35 in the quest to fulfill both stealth and fighter requirements. Both the F117 and B2 have their engine air intakes mounted on the upper surface of the plane, which prevents ground-based radar from bouncing around inside the intake and back to the receiver, and helps reduce infrared heat signatures. However, for a plane expected to make high angle of attack maneuvers in life and death situations, this isn't a design you would want to include. While performing a maneuver like this, the air intake will receive lower pressure air, which will lower performance right when performance is needed most. Air intakes located underneath the aircraft, like the F-16, will cause too much radar return, so twin intakes located on either side of the fuselage are instead chosen. These air intakes have some clever aerodynamic features too. This seemingly innocuous bump plays an important role. This is aeronautical engineering epitomized. Every seemingly insignificant design feature has a purpose. Mounting engine intakes along the body of an aircraft comes with some issues that pylon-mounted engines avoid. As air travels along the length of the body, air begins to form a layer of slow-moving, turbulent air called a boundary layer. If this air is allowed to enter the engine, it not only lowers performance, but it can also damage the engine. As the turbine rotates, it will pass through the slow boundary air on one side and then fast stream free air on the other. This means the force on the turbine blade changes for each and every rotation, causing cyclical bending, a recipe for fatigue failure. Planes like the F-16 feature a boundary layer diverter that separates the inlet from the fuselage with a small gap. But this design increases radar cross-section and increases drag. Later variants of the F-16 tested the DSI, the divertless supersonic inlet, essentially a large bump that creates a region of compression that pushes the boundary layer air away from the inlet, while also scattering incoming radar and lowering drag. The test flight demonstrated that it could meet performance requirements, ushering in its introduction to the F-35. The final product reduces weight by 30% and lowers production and maintenance costs. Moving down the plane, we can see other hints of stealth design. Long sharp edges are the enemy of stealth. Sharp edges causes radar waves to scatter in all directions. Radar can even travel along the length of a surface in the form of a traveling wave and then scatter upon reaching the trailing edge. the strength of that return signal can be reduced with a few clever techniques. The strength of the signal will depend on the length of the edge, so the first technique is to reduce the edge length with serration. You can see this technique implemented very clearly on the trailing edge of the B2. However, it's less obvious where it's used for the F-35, until you start looking at all the access hatches hidden around the aircraft. Every single unavoidable surface gap on the aircraft has a serrated edge. This hatch opens to reveal a telescoping ladder to allow pilots to climb in and out of the aircraft. These open to reveal the landing gear. These are the internal weapons bay, essential for keeping the radar reflecting missiles hidden from view. And these smaller hatches are flare dispenser doors. Flares are effective decoys for heat-seeking missiles, but they do nothing to prevent radar-guided missiles. In the face of radar-guided missile proliferation and continued growing sophistication in the technology, a new decoy system was developed. This new technology is released from this panel. When needed, this access door opens and a transmitter begins to reel out to a safe distance behind the plane. It has 3 levels of countermeasures to protect the F-35 from attack. First, it actively jams missiles while they attempt to lock onto their target, by emitting jamming signals which the onboard computer computes and delivers to the emitter through the fiber optic tow line. If the radar manages to obtain a lock, it then begins to attempt to break the lock, disrupting the tracking algorithms guiding the missile towards its target. Finally, if all is lost and the missile is bearing down on the aircraft, the emitter begins to simulate the aircraft's radar signature, drawing the missile toward it as a decoy. These serrated hatches hide critical components of the F-35, but more can be done to reduce edge scattering in these locations. You may notice that the color around these edges is different to the rest of the plane. This is because the edges are treated with a special radar scattering tape. In the same way traveling waves scatter when they meet an edge discontinuity, they will scatter when traveling over a change in conductivity. The F-35 uses this to its advantage to scatter waves over a longer distance, reducing the return signal by spreading it out. The tape has a conductivity gradient, gradually decreasing its electrical conductivity, causing radar waves to scatter at each interval, slowly decreasing the intensity of the surface wave before it reaches the edge where it would have released one large return if the tape was not present. The surface of the plane itself is also composed of a specialized radar absorbing material. In 2010, Lockheed Martin filed this patent for a carbon nanotube infused composite material that can absorb radar waves from 0.1 MHz through to 60 GHz. This is an incredibly wide range of frequencies, notably covering the frequencies Russian surface-to-air missiles like the advanced S-400 system uses. The effect traveling surface waves have on stealth design can be seen elsewhere. You would imagine a cylinder would be a great way to scatter radar in all directions, lowering the strength of the return signal. But if a radar wave comes in tangentially to a cylinder, and the wavelength is at least 1/10 the cylinder's circumference, the wave can actually travel around the outside of the cylinder and travel straight back to the receiver. This is likely why the F-35 features a sharp edge breaking up the circular nose cone. Where the F-16 has a nearly perfect circular nose cone, the F-35 features a ridge. The largest hatch on the plane is strangely not serrated, and this is for good reason. This hatch hides the powerful lift fan within. The airflow in and out of this lift fan needs careful consideration. The lift fan is essentially a tiny helicopter, capable of generating 85 kilonewtons of vertical thrust, and in doing so creates a low pressure zone above the plane, violently sucking air into the aircraft at a 90-degree angle. This air has to travel over the hood to reach the inlet, and thus the hood needs to allow air to smoothly pass over it without creating too much turbulent flow, which would lower the performance of the lift fan. This is why the inlet door is not serrated, as the sharp edges would cause distortions in the flow. This hood alone went through several design iterations to optimize the airflow flowing over it. The demonstration X-35 aircraft had 2 doors opening towards the side of the aircraft, but this was changed for the final aircraft in favor of a rear hinged door. This helps funnel air into the engine and improves pressure recovery on short takeoffs where the F-35B does not take off vertically. Instead, using the lift fan and directional thrust of the rear nozzle to take off on extremely short runways. The way this aircraft transforms to perform vertical landing and short takeoffs is astounding. It's the closest thing to a transformer we have ever created. When the time comes, a clutch linking the extended driveshaft of the F-35's engine begins to transfer 29,000 horsepower to the beveled gear of the lift fan, spinning the contra-rotating lift fan blades. Simultaneously, gears begin to rotate in the rear exhaust nozzle. The mechanics of this nozzle are another wonder to behold. Called the 3-bearing swivel nozzle, it is composed of 3 airtight segments cut at angles relative to one another. We can change the shape of the nozzle by rotating these angled pieces separately.
Beautiful.
These 3 pieces rotate together to smoothly transition thrust downwards, but it's easier to understand how it works by seeing what happens when we rotate segments individually. Rotating the central piece can take the nozzle from 0 degrees down to 45 degrees. This position is used for short takeoffs, splitting the engine's power between thrust and lift. This mode is as impressive as the vertical takeoffs, allowing the plane to operate from shorter amphibious assault ships like the USS Mackinac Island, a ship just 258 meters long. Its minimum takeoff distance decreases even further with the aid of a ski jump, a ramp that has been added to smaller amphibious assault ships. Watching the F-35 take off over such short distances is incredible. In this clip, we can see the rear nozzle quickly adjusting its angle of thrust in sync with the rear elevators to adjust the pitch of the plane to ensure a safe takeoff.
Wow.
For a vertical landing, the final nozzle segment can rotate to provide the full 90-degree turn. The first nozzle segment can rotate to move the nozzle from side to side, but here it's needed to ensure the thrust doesn't move sideways as the nozzle transitions. As we saw, when we rotate the segments individually, they move in an arc that would cause the F-35 to spin out of control. This mechanism also allows the F-35 to smoothly transition from cruise to vertical flight and from vertical flight to cruise when needed. There are additional control mechanisms to ensure this precarious balancing act does not go wrong. Bleed air from the main engine bypass is siphoned to 2 roll nozzles located on each wing, providing thrust far away from the plane's center of pressure to control roll. There are also guide vanes located underneath the lift fan. These can adjust the outlet area to adjust the performance of the lift fan, but can also control the thrust of the lift fan from 5 degrees forward to 42 degrees backwards. With computer-assisted control of these control mechanisms, the F-35 is remarkably stable compared to its predecessor, the AV-8B Harrier, allowing the single engine of the F-35 to hover on 2 columns of air. To do this, the F-35's engine, the F-135, developed from the F-119 engine of the F-22 Raptor, had to be incredibly powerful. The F-22 Raptor is a twin-engined fighter, giving it plenty of excess power to pull off incredible maneuvers. The F-35 only has one engine, and needs to squeeze out all the power it can get to perform a vertical landing. Where the F-22's engine can generate 156 kilonewtons of thrust, the F-35's can generate 191. The F-35's engine has a much larger fan and bypass ducting, giving it twice the bypass ratio of its F-22 counterpart, providing the F-35 with a more efficient engine for cruise, but also a higher mass flow rate for higher thrust. However, this does come with some drawbacks. Air that travels around the engine core completely avoids the combustion chamber, and thus misses out on the acceleration generated there, reducing the exhaust velocity. This reduces the top speed of the plane. The max speed of the F-35 is 1.6 Mach, and while it's the first plane capable of vertical flight and supersonic flight, the F-22 can fly at 2.2 Mach. The F-35 was optimized for loiter time, not speed. However, all that extra weight needed for vertical takeoff seriously hampers that ideology. The lift fan module weighs 1.2 tons, weight that does nothing in normal flight and requires more fuel to carry. And to make matters worse, that space is used for internal fuel tanks for its variants. Making the lift fan as light as possible was pertinent to making the F-35B viable in the battlefield. The fact it only weighs 1.2 tons is astounding. It contains 2 counter-rotating titanium blisks, Blisk meaning the blades and disc are all one single piece, instead of the traditional alternative of creating a disc and attaching blades through dovetail connections. This improves efficiency and eliminates a potential site of failure in the connection. This is an astounding feat of manufacturing, and the first stage fan takes it even further. The first stage blades are hollow to save weight. Where the F-35B truly comes into its own, however, is in its modern suite of sensors and computers, all feeding into this, the heads-up display incorporated into the pilot's helmet. Traditional heads-up displays, like those of the F-16, are incorporated into a panel in the cockpit, a panel which the pilot can't see while scanning their environment. Situational awareness is everything in the heat of combat, and this helmet does everything it can to keep the pilot informed, even giving them X-ray vision and night vision. Information from a suite of sensors around the plane feed into a central computer, where it is processed and displayed through a projector inside the helmet. Inside this transparent faceted box underneath the aircraft is a suite of sensors, but those are not your typical windows. These windows are made from a notoriously expensive gemstone, sapphire.
Jesus.
One of the few materials that is both hard and durable, but also transparent to a broad range of electromagnetic wavelengths, from ultraviolet to infrared. However, the radar antenna hidden inside the nose of the F-35 is the most important part of this electronic system. This is a scanned array radar that works very differently to traditional mechanical radar. Phased array antennas have hundreds of tiny antennas. We can see metal plates set in rows in the F-35 phase array antenna. The metal plates have slots cut into them, and each and every one of these slots is an antenna, 1,600 in total. This allows the phase array antenna to steer its radar using constructive and destructive interference. If two antennae release two radar waves at the exact same time with their peaks and troughs lined up, it will result in constructive interference, increasing the amplitude of the radio wave. However, if the radio waves are set 180 degrees out of phase, matching the peaks to troughs, it will result in complete destructive interference, cancelling out the wave completely. This is how noise-cancelling earphones work. They listen to the background noise and then release a cancelling sound wave to create silence. Phased array antennae use this phenomenon to steer the radio waves, preventing the radar from becoming a giant beacon, leading enemies straight to it. Traditional phase array antennas are passive, meaning every antenna in the array is driven by a single transmitter and receiver. This would mean it can only point in one direction, and if it encountered two enemy planes flying side by side and they split up, the passive phased array antenna would no longer be able to track both of them. However, the F-35's phase array antenna is an active phased array, meaning each and every one of these antennae is an individually driven transmitter and receiver, meaning the F-35 can track multiple targets at once with zero moving parts. The nose cones hiding these antennae need to be transparent to radar waves, and are usually made from glass fiber composites as a result. This transparency causes issues for the plane's radar return signature, as an antenna like this will reflect signals. This was a much bigger issue for mechanical radar dishes that needed to point at the enemy to keep track of them. The phased array can point towards multiple targets while staying in a single position, and this is why it is pointed skywards, to bounce incoming radar to space. The phased array antenna also acts as the plane's communication antenna, and this is critical to the F-35's battle doctrine. The F-35 excels in battle because of its networking abilities, relaying information between its squadron. This is a huge amount of data to transfer between aircraft and allies on the surface, and requires a high data transfer speed. However, communication comes with one glaring problem. It announces your presence to anyone listening. It is vital that stealth planes can communicate with each other securely, and the active phase array antenna facilitates this. The F-35 uses the latest data link system, MADL, improving on the experiences learned with the F-22, allowing the F-35 to quickly share data securely from individual F-35s and ground-based systems. This information is then sorted by the computer and presented to the pilot in their heads-up display right in front of their eyes, giving them unparalleled situational awareness. There is no need to communicate with their wing mates if there is an adversary underneath them. The planes communicate and feed that data right into the helmet, allowing the pilot to look underneath the plane and see the location of the adversary themselves. This is the true strength of the F-35B. It is a networked hive-mind stealth fighter, capable of taking off from a ship a fraction of the size of an aircraft carrier, and returning while hovering in the sky like a helicopter. It's one of the most remarkable pieces of military technology ever created. The F-35 has borrowed many lessons learned from planes like the F-117 Nighthawk and B-2, planes that we have not made documentaries about yet, but our friends over at Mustard have. Their B-2 documentary is 20 minutes of beautifully crafted story filled with stylish 3D renders. If you liked this video, you will definitely love these originals. You can get access to...
I love reading real engineering. Not what you think. Oh, this is super cool. The new the new SpaceX rocket, pretty fucking cool. If you ask me, it's pretty fucking cool. Oh yeah, I did upload a video today. Did anybody even watch it? Here. Oh, nobody watched it. It's not too bad. 26 views. In 7 hours. That ain't too bad. My videos are gradually getting less and less views. I love it. I built a wildlife pond, and here's what happened. I think I've already watched that. American carriers, not what you think. I love not what you think.
The flight deck of an aircraft carrier is often described as one of the most dangerous places to work in the world because of numerous aircraft landing, taxiing, or taking off, catapults, and arresting wires, which have plenty of potential for things to go wrong. Any job that requires you to be on the flight deck of an aircraft carrier is considered the most dangerous job classification in the US Navy. According to one study, during a 15-year period, 918 deck personnel were injured. That included 43 fatalities, 47 disabilities, and the rest sustaining major injuries. Over 90% of all accidents were attributed to human error. Modern aircraft carriers are much safer and more efficient than ever before. Every 37 seconds, they can launch 2 aircraft and recover one in daylight. That said, in the recent years, the injury rate has fallen to as low as 30 incidents per 100,000 aircraft recoveries. But this wasn't always the case. In this video, we'll take you on a journey of how aircraft carriers evolved to what they are today with a focus on pivotal design changes. The most significant design change in the newest Ford-class carrier is so subtle, straightforward, and long-term visioned that the chances are it's not what you think.
It's not what you think. I love it.
On November 14th, 1910, the U.S. Navy successfully launched an airplane from a light cruiser USS Birmingham. 2 months later, the first arrested landing occurred on board USS Pennsylvania. These 2 events were considered the starting point of American naval aviation. But a true game changer came 12 years later when a 7-year-old collier, USS Jupiter, was converted to an aircraft carrier and renamed USS Langley. With a 542 feet long flight deck and retractable masts and exhaust pipes, USS Langley had a flush deck design. USS Langley was an experimental ship, so it was not restricted by naval treaties. Its goal was to figure out a basic doctrine on how to operate an aircraft carrier. As the first landings and takeoffs occurred, the US Navy gained invaluable experience in the flight deck of USS Langley. As experimentation continued, arresting wires and catapults were tested, modified, and improved. Let's not forget that in this process, many airplanes crashed, flipped, and nosedived. Pilots were injured, there were even a few fatalities. But they were determined and eventually they got it. They figured it all out, even though at a great cost. The earlier arresting systems were weight-based, with the initial system relying on sandbags. The wires were suspended about 10 inches above the deck, and this worked, but was by no means perfect, as it would result in what was called instrument phase. The instrument face was a distinguished mark of Langley pilots as they spent 5 years figuring out the basic operations on the carrier, and oftentimes during unsuccessful landings, the pilot's face would smash against the instrument panel, wiping out teeth and breaking noses. It was rough. The weight-based system was in use until the 1930s. After that, it was replaced by hydraulic cylinder-type arresting gear, which allowed for landing of heavier aircraft at higher speeds. USS Lexington and USS Saratoga were the first two American carriers to feature islands. The biggest benefit of the island was redirecting exhaust plumes up and away from the flight deck. The biggest downsides were increased air turbulence and decreased clearance on the flight deck. The island superstructure was a great hazard to landing aircraft, but its benefits outweighed the risks. The islands on both carriers were installed on the starboard side of the carrier. This was intentionally done because propeller planes would inherently swing to the port side due to the torque effect of the propeller spinning clockwise. Pilots had to correct for this during takeoff and landing, and thus it made sense to have the island on the starboard side. Another benefit was that it was easier for the aircraft carrier to navigate in smaller channels. Lexington-class carriers were originally laid down as battle cruisers after World War I. However, during construction, they were modified to be aircraft carriers. Lexington and Saratoga proved extremely successful as aircraft carriers, and they convinced the US Navy of the value of large carriers. Lexington-class carriers were almost 900 feet long, had a top speed of up to 35 knots, and carried about 90 aircraft. They had 2 elevators and a giant hangar divided by a fire curtain. The height of the hangar was not exceeded until mid-1950s. Lexington and Saratoga were the largest aircraft carriers in the US Navy until 1945. During peacetime between World War I and World War II, Lexington, Saratoga, and Langley often engaged in wargame exercises. This is when many strategies on how to best utilize aircraft carriers were developed. Carriers, battleships, and other surface combatants were split into 2 teams and were presented with various problems to solve. Fleet Problem 10 involved testing shore and naval defenses of Panama Canal against a battleship attack. In a daring move, USS Saratoga separated from the fleet with a single escort cruiser to make a wide sweep to the south and attack the Panama Canal. The airplanes were launched at 2 o'clock in the morning while being 200 miles at sea. At dawn, the Panama locks were hit with a dive bombing attack. The defenders were taken completely by surprise. The effectiveness of this attack was the beginning of Carrier-Centered Task Force, as was advocated a year later by Lieutenant Commander Forrest Sherman. In the early days of aircraft carriers, if the airplane failed to catch the arresting wire, it was improbable that it would take off again. For this reason, barrier wires were installed to prevent aircraft from crashing into the crew and other airplanes that were parked in front of the landing area. Crashing into the barrier wires would usually result in damage to the airplane and injuries to the pilot, but it was much better than the alternatives. If an airplane landed successfully, the barrier wires, which were installed 3 to 4 feet above the flight deck, would be lowered so the airplane could taxi over them. In 1931, USS Ranger was laid down. This was the first American ship to be designed and built from the ground up as an aircraft carrier. During the design phase, Ranger was conceived to have a flush deck design, just like the Langley, but during construction, an island superstructure was added. Due to the Washington Naval Treaty, Ranger was a relatively small carrier, having a displacement of about 14,000 tons. While the vessel was still under construction, the US Navy realized that the minimum effective size of a carrier was at least 20,000 tons. So in a way, Ranger was obsolete even before its construction was completed. Due to budget cuts as a result of the Great Depression, a lot of design features were removed from the carrier, such as extra elevators, elimination of catapults, simplified fire control, and so on. But it did still feature weapon elevators, and it appears to be the first carrier to ever have them. USS Ranger was kind of a flop, considering it was built from the ground up as an aircraft carrier. She was deemed too slow to operate in the Pacific, so she missed most of the action during World War II. Instead, she was deployed in the Atlantic and after the war was sold for scrap. Yorktown class and Wasp class were the last carriers limited by the Washington Treaty. There were 3 ships in the Yorktown class, including USS Enterprise and USS Hornet. USS Wasp was the sole ship of her class. Yorktown class carriers had been given an extra elevator since the existing 2 elevators on the Lexington class were proven to be inadequate. Deck edge elevators were first introduced on USS Wasp as an experiment and were later incorporated into the Essex class carriers. If the legacy elevator ever broke and got stuck in the down position, that would affect flight deck operations, but having an elevator on the side would not compromise the carrier's operations. Deck edge elevators would become the norm in the future carrier designs. Another benefit of this design was increased deck space when the elevator was in the up position, as it provided additional parking space. Essex class carriers were the most numerous class of capital ships built in the 20th century. In total, 24 ships were built out of the 32 that were ordered during World War II. Since the class was not limited by naval treaties, it was about 60 feet longer and 10 feet wider than the previous Yorktown class. As the airplanes kept getting larger and heavier, a lot of attention was directed towards the larger size of the flight deck and the hangar space below. Other innovations of the Essex class included torpedo protection, hangar deck armor, and the bulbous bow. By the way, the bulbous bow always looks like that, even when the ship is not excited. Early flight decks were made of wood and no armor. This made the flight deck lighter, which lowered the ship's center of gravity. The wood was also easy to repair. The issue was that bombs could easily penetrate the flight deck and reach both the hangar deck and even lower decks. Pre-World War II, carriers such as Yorktown and Wasp class had little to no armor. This was a severe design flaw, which was even acknowledged during the construction phase, but nothing could be done, because the carriers had a restricted tonnage limit due to the treaty. The absence of armor on USS Wasp proved fatal when she was lost due to a torpedo attack in 1942. Similarly, USS Yorktown was lost during the Battle of Midway, and USS Hornet was lost during the Battle of Santa Cruz Islands. Meanwhile, none of the Essex-class carriers were lost during World War II, as these ships were much more heavily armored. Specifically, a 2.5-inch hangar deck armor was introduced on the Essex class. These carriers did take a lot of beating from bombs, suicide planes, and fires, but none were lost. USS Franklin was the most heavily damaged carrier during World War II that still survived. She was badly damaged by a Japanese air attack in March of 1945, but still managed to return home on her own power. Similarly, USS Bunker Hill was severely damaged by 2 kamikazes within a 30-second period. She also survived and made it back to Pearl Harbor. From the lessons learned during World War II, a decision was made to start adding armor to flight decks. The Midway class of 3 carriers received a 3.5-inch armor plating at the deck level and 2-inch plating at the hangar level. Midway was the first class of American aircraft carriers which had armor protection for hangars. Of course, the downside of adding all this armor was increased top heaviness of the vessel, which resulted in poor seaworthiness, as the flight deck would get washed over during higher sea states. The Midway-class carriers were capable of embarking as many as 137 aircraft, but it was deemed impossible to operate more than 120 from a single carrier. Midway-class carriers, in their original configuration, were the last ships to be limited by the Panama Canal Locks limit size. In other words, the next carrier class was going to be a supercarrier. I've been meaning to share with you where the not what you think magic happens, and this is it. But before we go into the next segment, I also want to share Skillshare, rating, and link in these heavier and faster jet aircraft. The modifications varied from simpler things like adding a jet engine test facility at the fantail area of the carrier to major modifications like a complete redesign of the flight deck. The angled deck was first tested in 1952 by the British and later by Americans on USS Antietam, which was a modified Essex-class carrier. Antietam's flight deck angled 10.5 degrees to the left of the longitudinal axis. Jet aircraft's higher speed would have required the entire length of the centerline flight deck to arrest the airplane on landing, which would have meant no aircraft could take off if one was landing. Obviously very inefficient. But an angled flight deck allowed for simultaneous launch and recovery operations of aircraft. But even more importantly, The new design fixed another big issue, because now airplanes that failed to catch an arrestor cable could accelerate and relaunch without any risk to the parked aircraft in the front. The trials on USS Antietam were so successful that the US Navy decided to retrofit angled flight decks onto most of the Essex and Midway class carriers. Jet aircraft presented another major issue to the carrier's operations. What happens in the event of an emergency landing in case a tailhook or landing gear breaks? Simple barrier wires may not be sufficient to stop the aircraft, so barricades were invented to deal with this problem. A barricade is an emergency recovery system that can be set up within minutes. It relies on webbing that consists of upper and lower horizontal loading straps that transfer the energy of the landing aircraft to the arresting engines below the deck. While barricade engagements are rare, they have saved numerous lives. The Forrestal class of 4 ships was the first class of supercarriers. Forrestals were about 25% larger than their predecessor Midway class. Specifically, they were 100 feet longer and nearly 20 feet wider. Additionally, a deeper hull resulted in much better seakeeping than the previous class while still incorporating an armored flight deck. Originally, Forrestal and Saratoga were laid down as axial deck carriers, but during construction, both were converted to angled deck ships. This allowed for a larger island, roomier hangars, and better damage control. Forrestal class also had 4 catapults and 4 elevators, compared to just 3 of each on the Midway class. As the first supercarrier, Forrestal's design was not mature, so some mistakes were made. In particular, the positioning of the portside elevator was problematic to say the least, as it was located at the fore of an angled deck next to the catapults, and this severely limited flight operations whenever the elevator was in the down position. This issue and other ones were fixed in the future Kitty Hawk class carriers as the elevator was moved to the aft end of the angled deck. Kitty Hawks were essentially Forrestals with a few improvements, like the angled deck being 40 feet longer, larger fuel tanks, repositioned elevators, and installation of Terrier missile launchers. In total, 3 Kitty Hawk class carriers were built, with the 4th one, USS John F. Kennedy, being considered as a subclass due to many minor design changes. JFK was originally supposed to be a nuclear-powered carrier, but due to budget cuts, was converted to be a conventionally powered carrier, and she was the last conventionally powered aircraft carrier built for the US Navy. You may be wondering why we haven't talked about catapults yet. Well, the reason is that prior to World War II, they were seldomly used. Even by the end of the war, it was estimated that about 40% of the aircraft launches relied on catapult. But in the early 50s, with the rise of supercarriers and jet aircraft, catapults became essential. After the war, Commander C.C. Mitchell of the Royal Navy developed a steam-based catapult system which was both effective and efficient in launching jet planes. The United States Navy was very impressed with this British invention and immediately bought 5 steam catapults. One was used for testing in Philadelphia Navy Yard. USS Hancock and USS Ticonderoga also got 2 catapults each. And then Project Steam was born, during which sea evaluations of these new catapults were conducted. A variety of jet aircraft were tested with these new steam catapults. Propeller airplanes were tested as well. Overall, the trials were extremely successful. The most significant attribute of steam catapults was consistent acceleration for most of its stroke. After the end of Project Steam, the US Navy adopted steam catapults on all of its carriers. An interesting tidbit is the 2 extensions at the end of the forward catapults, which were called the bridle catcher. The bridle would link the shuttle to the aircraft and would pull it down the catapult's track at increasing speed. At the end of the catapult track, the aircraft would depart into the air and the bridle would be flung out into the sea, unless the carrier had a bridle catcher, which would recover the bridle so it could be used again. But modern carriers do not use bridle catchers anymore, as bridles are now obsolete. Instead, the catapult launch bar is directly attached to the nose gear of the aircraft. During the early days of naval aviation, pilots relied entirely on their visual perception of the landing area as well as the aid of landing signal officers, or LSO. LSOs utilized colored flags, cloth paddles, and lighted wands. While LSOs are still used today in the US Navy, an optical landing system does most of the bulwark. Originally developed by the British after World War II, optical landing systems, or OLS, was deployed on American carriers in 1955, which greatly improved safety on the flight deck. The original optical landing systems relied on a concave mirror that was gyroscopically controlled on the port side of the flight deck. But the next generation of OLS, which are also referred to as the lens, consists of a row of green lights called datum lights and a column of vertical lights. An amber light, called the meatball, travels up and down the column depending on the relative position of the aircraft to the flight deck. If the meatball is above the green lights, the aircraft angle of approach is too high. If the amber light is below the green lights, the aircraft is too low. And if the meatball is in line with the datum line, the aircraft is on the right track. At any given point, the LSO is in control of the lens and also in contact with the pilot via radio. The LSO would also operate wave-off lights, which are red flashing lamps that instruct the pilot to go full power or go around. The original idea was that the OLS would completely eliminate the need for landing signal officers. But when the OLS was introduced, the accident rate actually went up. Prior to using the lens, the accident rate on American aircraft carriers was 35 per 10,000.
Oh, we survived. That's good.
After the introduction of the lens without the LSO, it went up significantly. But when the lens was combined with the LSO, the accident rate dropped to 7 per 10,000 landings in 1957. Sometimes technology or personnel alone are not sufficient for a better outcome. But combining the two was truly a great leap forward towards safer flight operations on the carriers, which is still in use to this day.
Ooh,
The first
nuclear.
nuclear-powered aircraft carrier took 3 years to build at a cost of $4.16 billion. USS Enterprise, also known as Big E, had 8 A2W nuclear reactors, each replacing one of the conventional boilers. Being nuclear-powered meant that USS Enterprise could cruise around the world for 20 years before needing refueling. Simultaneously, the US Navy was building smaller nuclear surface combatants such as USS Bainbridge and USS Long Beach, as it was envisioned at the time that the future of American Navy was nuclear. But cost overruns prevented this from happening, as Big E was the only one built out of the 6 carriers originally planned. With a displacement of 93,000 tons, she was quite something, the longest naval vessel ever built. Big E had 4 rudders, which was 2 more than any other carrier, and she had the most amount of electronics installed on her at the time. That included 1,800 telephones for a crew of 6,000. The unique square-shaped island was the result of the most powerful radar system installed at the time. The ScanFar radar was a long-range air search and target acquisition radar which relied on vacuum tubes and consumed a lot of power. As you can imagine, it took a lot of space inside the island. ScanFar was one of the earliest phased array radars, a worthy predecessor to the future AN Spy-1 radar that is used in the modern Aegis combat system. The flight deck is a dangerous place to be as there are a lot of things that can go wrong.
Yeah,
The
no
following
shit.
2 accidents are prime examples of how the US Navy learned about how simple flight deck operations can result in huge loss of life. In 1969, USS Enterprise was almost lost due to a single rocket. An MD-3A Huffer, a tractor-mounted unit used to start aircraft, had its exhaust positioned 2 feet away from a Zuni rocket attached under the wing of an F-4 Phantom bomber. The exhaust heated the rocket in excess of 320 degrees Fahrenheit, which caused the rocket to explode. The blast damaged the Phantom's fuel tank, from which burning jet fuel poured onto the deck that set off a chain reaction with more planes and bombs exploding. Nearby USS Bainbridge and USS Rogers rushed to help. It took 4 hours to extinguish the fire. Sadly, 28 sailors lost their lives and over 300 were injured. 15 aircraft were destroyed and the flight deck took some major damage. 2 years earlier, in 1967, a similar accident happened aboard USS Forrestal. A Zuni rocket was missing a safety pin, and during the switch from external to internal power, an electrical power surge occurred, which caused the rocket to fire into the external fuel tank of an A-4 Skyhawk. The resulting fire from the spilled jet fuel started a series of explosions that killed 134 sailors and injured 161. The USS Enterprise and Forrestal fires prompted the Navy to revise its operational procedures, such as better weapon handling, improved firefighting, better communication between key senior personnel, and educating the flight deck crew on subjects such as ordnance cook-off temperatures and times. The 10 Nimitz-class carriers are the workhorses of American naval aviation. The carriers can operate over 7 types of aircraft and carry up to a maximum of 90. During flight operations, on a flight deck the size of 5 football fields, a carefully choreographed team ensures both safety and efficiency while traveling at speeds in excess of 30 knots. As many as 4 aircraft can be launched every minute, while simultaneously recovering aircraft. 4 elevators, each the size of 2 average city lots, bring the jets to the flight deck from hangars below. The various functions of the flight deck personnel are identified by various colors they wear. Purple for fuel handlers, yellow for officers and aircraft directors who are responsible for movements on the deck, green for catapult and arresting gear crew, blue for tractor drivers and elevator operators, brown for plane captains that ensure aircraft is safe to fly and inspected after landing, white for landing signal officers, safety observers and medical personnel, and finally red for crash and salvage teams and the ordnance handlers. The design of the Nimitz-class carriers is based on the lessons learned from Forrestal and Enterprise supercarriers. The ship's layout is somewhat similar to the Kitty Hawk class. The biggest design change from Enterprise was using 2 A4W nuclear reactors instead of 8. This greatly freed up space, which allowed Nimitz-class carriers to carry an additional 3 million gallons of fuel for aircraft on board and escorts. The 2 nuclear reactors produce enough electricity to power a city of 100,000. The carriers have about 90 days worth of food and supplies on board. 4 water distilling units provide 400,000 gallons of fresh water each day that are used by propulsion plants, catapults, and the crew. Flight deck angle was slightly reduced to 9 degrees, which improved airflow around the carrier. Defensive armament varies from ship to ship, but usually includes 3 or 4 Phalanx Sea Whiz, a dozen or 2 Sea Sparrow missiles, and sometimes RIM 116 rolling airframe missiles. Starting with USS Carl Vinson, the ships have been constructed with anti-submarine capabilities. Another thing that was pioneered on USS Carl Vinson was Carrier Classic, which was a basketball game between North Carolina and Michigan State on Remembrance Day in 2011. Everyone was all hands on deck. Starting with Theodore Roosevelt, the carriers were manufactured with modular construction, meaning that instead of building the carrier from the ground up, they were pieced together from prefabricated blocks, which greatly increased construction efficiency. The average cost of building each Nimitz-class carrier was $9.7 billion. Since the first Nimitz-class carrier was laid down in 1968 and the last one was commissioned in 2009, there have been quite a few changes as the class design has evolved. For instance, the newest Nimitz-class carriers, USS Ronald Reagan and USS George H.W. Bush, only have 3 arrestor wires compared to 4 on the previous ships. This was due to the introduction of the improved Fresnel optical landing system. During refueling and complex overhaul, which happens every 20 years, Nimitz-class carriers are updated with the newest equipment, which brings older carriers up to the new standards. At this point, Nimitz-class carriers have a mature design, with not many things that can be significantly improved, which brings us to the latest and greatest class of American supercarriers. The Ford-class carriers feature numerous incremental updates to most of the legacy systems. Steam catapults were replaced with electromagnetic aircraft launch system, or EMALS. The biggest benefit of this new design is smoother acceleration, which results in less stress.
It's basically just a roller
aircraft's
coaster.
airframe. Other benefits include the system's reduced weight, the ability to launch a greater range of aircraft, and reduce maintenance. But the issue is that EMALs are still not mature enough and tend to be less reliable than the legacy steam catapults. Similarly, the advanced arresting gear landing system pioneered on USS Gerald R. Ford utilized electromagnets to stop aircraft instead of using hydraulics, with the main benefit being reduced shock on the airframes at the time of landing. The main visual difference between Nimitz and Ford-class carriers is the slimming and relocation of the island about 100 feet aft. This allowed for the creation of a pit stop, a centralized location for rearming and refueling aircraft. Instead of moving the aircraft around to perform various tasks, this concept is supposed to decrease turnaround times, which ultimately means more sorties per day. Other updates to the Ford-class carriers include new stealth features, new radars, updated RIM-162 evolved Sea Sparrow missiles, and also increased automation, resulting in a crew of several hundred fewer personnel compared to Nimitz-class carriers, which will save millions of dollars over the life cycle of the carrier. Finally, the biggest improvement in this class of carriers is the redesigned nuclear reactors that can produce 25% more power. This enhancement, coupled with the fact that Ford-class carriers do not use steam for catapult operations, means that the steam produced by the two A-1B reactors can generate 2.5 to 3 times the amount of electricity that Nimitz-class carriers produce. Nimitz-class carriers suffer from chronic overloading of their electrical generators, but that's because the Nimitz-class was designed in the 1960s, when onboard technologies required much less electrical power. So now it has a limited margin available to meet the increasing demand of electricity. In fact, the limited electricity supply of Nimitz-class carriers is the primary roadblock to installing new but power-hungry technologies. With this in mind, during the design phase of Ford-class carriers, the decision was made to future-proof the class from this problem by doubling the supply of electricity. Currently, only half of the electric power generation capacity is being used, with the remaining half available for future technologies. The US Navy expects the Ford-class carriers to be in service for 90 years. Who knows what naval
90?
aviation would look like
Holy
in 90
shit.
years, given how quickly technology evolves. Maybe the decision makers in the US Navy are really ahead
Nah,
of
no shot. All right. Ahem. All right, I'll be right back. I'll put on a video that's like 30 minutes long. The insane engineering of this. I'll put a be right back thing. Oh. I'll be right back.
Throughout the battle of the space race between the United States and Soviet Union, both unions experimented with remarkable and experimental technologies in the pursuit of the data and wisdom required to conquer this new frontier. The task of gathering this data itself was a tremendous challenge that required new aircraft capable of reaching the edge of space and pushing the boundaries of human understanding. One plane that stands out during the ascent of the space race was the X-15, a plane designed to be the first to break into the hypersonic regime and climb past the Kármán line, 100 kilometers above the Earth's surface, and break into space. The plane would help NASA develop the materials needed to survive the intense heat of re-entry, the structures needed to ensure stability and control in the hypersonic flight regime, and the development of control mechanisms for the vacuum of space, while providing the impetus to develop several new technologies required to allow humans to survive the vacuum of space, like the first of its kind, fully pressurized spacesuit. This was the world's first space plane. The plane laid the groundwork for both the Apollo program, the Space Shuttle, and the SR-71. To this day, the plane holds the record for the fastest ever crewed flight with a top speed of 6.7 Mach, leaving even the SR-71 in the dust as this rocket-powered plane powered through to the edge of space. This is the insane engineering of the X-15. When the X-15 was first proposed in the 1950s, no other aircraft came even close to its proposed capabilities in both max altitude and max speed. The closest any previous plane came was the X-2, which topped out at a max speed of Mach 3.2, less than half of the eventual record the X-15 would achieve. The X-15 wasn't a step forward in capabilities, it was a tremendous leap that would require the best minds in NASA, or the NACA as it was called then. The first step on this road to the record 6.7 Mach was developing an engine capable of powering such an aircraft, and for this, the designers had to turn to rocket propulsion. Even the advanced hybrid engines of the yet-to-be-developed SR-71 couldn't push into the hypersonic regime, and no air-breathing engine would be able to function at the altitudes the X-15 was targeting. The engineers knew the engine they required would need to produce around 240 kilonewtons of thrust at sea level with an ability to vary thrust output, while fitting into the narrow body of the plane. This powerful engine did not exist, and developing it would prove to be one of the greatest challenges facing the X-15. The first problem to solve was this variable thrust output, which was desired to give pilots more control over the aircraft and allow for testing at various speeds. Blasting straight into the hypersonic regime without extensive testing at lower speeds would have proved disastrous, as the difficulties of frictional heating were yet to be solved. Older engines like those of the Bell X-1, the first plane to break the sound barrier, achieved variable power output by simply selectively igniting 4 separate combustion chambers. This provided stepped power output, but not true throttle. The X-15 needed finer control than this, and needed to achieve it without adding significant weight and complexity to the engine. Added complexity would decrease the safety, putting any pilot in danger, while any added weight would significantly reduce the maximum altitude the plane could achieve. The X-15 achieved this control by varying the speed of its turbopump, which is the pump which forces the oxidizer and fuel from their respective storage tanks into the combustion chamber. Pumping fluid at the rate a rocket consumes it is actually a tremendously difficult challenge. The X-15 carried 8,165 kilograms of fuel and oxidizer, which the plane burned through in 85 seconds. That's 5,897 kilograms per minute. That task would require a powerful pump, and that pump would need a powerful energy source. Now, it may seem like an obvious choice to simply use a portion of that rocket fuel to power the pump, and indeed, this is how modern rockets like the SpaceX Merlin engine power their turbopumps. Turbopumps operate by spinning a turbine using hot, fast-flowing gas, but using the products of rocket fuel combustion in a spinning turbine would quickly lead to severely melted and broken turbines. The combustion products of rocket fuel are simply too hot for this application. The Merlin engine gets around this by using a very fuel-rich mixture for the turbopump pre-burner, which leads to incomplete combustion and lower exhaust temperatures. That exhaust has a large portion of useful fuel contained within it, but the sooty exhaust is not suitable for addition to the main thrust chamber, so that fuel is simply dumped overboard. You can see that fuel-rich sooty gas coming out of the exhaust here on the Merlin engine. The X-15 used an entirely separate fuel to power its turbopump. A monopropellant like hydrogen peroxide decomposes in an exothermic reaction when in the presence of a catalyst. In this case, hydrogen peroxide was passed through a silver screen catalyst, which caused the hydrogen peroxide to decompose into oxygen and superheated 737-degree steam. It was this superheated steam that drove the turbine, and the speed of the turbine could be controlled by simply adjusting the amount of hydrogen peroxide passing over the silver catalyst with the use of control valves. The exhaust of this system was then simply dumped overboard through this exhaust port. This was not the only use for hydrogen peroxide on the X-15. A similar system powered the auxiliary power system, or APU, which powered the plane's electronics. The pilot would also need some form of control when outside of Earth's atmosphere, where the plane's aerodynamic control surfaces would no longer work, So, the plane was fitted with thrusters on the wing tips and nose to provide control while in space. These thrusters were also powered by hydrogen peroxide. Using hydrogen peroxide to power the turbopump came with some challenges. This turbine operated two separate impellers, one for the liquid oxygen storage tank, which operated at 13,000 RPM, and one for the anhydrous ammonia tank, which operated at 20,790 RPM. These different pumping speeds ran on the same drive shaft, which necessitated gearing to achieve the appropriate fuel mixtures, but also incorporated serious safety concerns over accidental fuel leakage from the respective hydrogen peroxide, liquid oxygen, and anhydrous ammonia lines, as a spinning shaft is more difficult to ensure an adequate seal. Double seals were placed between each section in an effort to prevent mixing, while a system of pressurized helium purged the system. The choice of liquid oxygen and anhydrous ammonia was an interesting one. This engine needed to be powerful, extremely powerful, and getting it to the required thrust levels was going to need the right fuel and oxidizer combination. When speaking of rocket power capabilities, one of the first stops is specific impulse. Specific impulse describes how efficiently a fuel can convert its mass into thrust. To understand this, let's first look at the total impulse, which describes the thrust force generated over the entire burn period of the engine. We can graph this rather easily by plotting the thrust the engine is providing in each second of its flight. That may look something like this. The total impulse is found by finding the area under this graph, which gives us the total energy the rocket released. This is a useful metric in itself, but specific impulse is better because not all propellants are born equal. Two different fuel and oxidizer combinations could provide the same total impulse, but we need to consider the weight of the fuel and oxidizers themselves. After all, the initial weight of the rockets is always dominated by the weight of their own fuel. To find the average specific impulse, we divide the total impulse by the total propellant weight the rocket expelled. Going by this metric, a liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen fuel mixture is by far the best. Hydrogen has the lowest molecular weight of any known substance, each hydrogen atom consisting of just one electron and one proton. The H2 molecules used in the liquid hydrogen fuel has a molecular weight of just 2, while RP1, the kerosene-derived fuel used for the SpaceX Merlin engine, has a molecular weight of 175. However, molecular weight is not the only factor in determining specific impulse. We also need to consider a multitude of other factors, like fuel mixture ratios, combustion temperatures, pressure ratios, and specific heat ratios. This is where a nice simple, specific impulse value gives us a clearer understanding of how much thrust per unit weight a fuel and oxidizer combination could potentially provide, without delving too much into the complicated physics and chemistry. And looking at this value, hydrogen is best at around 381 seconds at sea level, while the kerosene and oxygen combination of the Merlin engine has a specific impulse of about 289 seconds. However, it's once again not as simple as picking the highest specific impulse value, because hydrogen has a very low density, meaning we need a much larger volume tank. It's also a difficult fuel to handle, as it will boil off if allowed to rise above its extremely cold boiling point of minus 250 degrees Celsius, requiring insulation, boil-off valves, and last-minute refueling. To boot, this tiny molecule can seep out of the tiniest holes, even the gaps between larger molecules of seemingly solid metal. Despite its potential, hydrogen was not ready for this task, but would soon be put to use for the very first time with the Centaur upper stage after many years of development hiccups. There was a great deal of experimentation during this period to find a fuel and oxidizer mixture that would provide the specific impulse needed to get the plane to hypersonic speeds, and it wasn't just a matter of loading the most powerful fuel and oxidizer combinations into the fuel tanks. Increasing the specific impulse is directly linked to elevated combustion chamber temperatures, since fuels with higher impulses generally release more energy when ignited. This is one of the major hurdles engineers of this era had to contend with. as the materials and designs needed to survive these extreme temperatures simply did not exist. The traditional fuel of the time was a 75% alcohol, 25% water mixture with a liquid oxygen oxidizer, which has a specific impulse of about 269 seconds, not high enough. The water was added into this mix primarily to reduce the combustion chamber temperature, which of course reduced the impulse of the engine. To achieve that higher specific impulse, the engineers needed to figure out a way to allow the engine to survive the elevated temperatures that would come with a higher impulse fuel, and the only way to do that was by finding better materials or find a way of actively cooling the engine, ideally both. One way they achieved this was through regenerative cooling. Regenerative cooling uses one of the propellants, usually the fuel, as a cooling fluid. The fuel will be pumped through heat exchange piping that wrap around parts exposed to dangerous heat, like the injector nozzle, thrust chamber, and nozzle, where it can draw heat away from the metals it comes in contact with before being injected into the thrust chamber. This was not a new concept. The V2 rocket, which used that 75-25 alcohol mixture, also employed regenerative cooling, but the heat transfer rates were not terribly high. To be an effective cooling fluid, the fuel needs to have a high specific heat capacity, meaning it can absorb a lot of heat energy before its own temperature rises. Water has a high specific heat capacity of about 4,200 joules per kilogram Kelvin, meaning it takes 4,200 joules of heat energy to heat 1 kilogram of water by 1 Kelvin. We also want the fluid to have a high latent heat of vaporization, which means it takes a lot of energy to vaporize the fluid. We don't want the fluid turning into a gas in the cooling tubes. Here, water is strong again, boiling at 100 degrees Celsius, and that number will be even higher when pumped under pressure. So, now we are looking for a fuel that not only has a high specific impulse, but with great cooling properties too. Kerosene was considered with a slightly improved specific impulse of 289 over the traditional alcohol-water concoction, and was cheap and freely available at the time. However, when passed through cooling tubes, kerosene of this era had a nasty habit of forming clumps of impurities. This process is called polymerization or coking, and accelerated when exposed to the heat of the cooling tubes, which could clog the thin tubes and cause major problems. The RP1 grade kerosene fuel we use today was developed to combat this problem by removing the impurities from the fuel. Hydrazine, which has a specific impulse of about 303, was also considered, but it had a nasty habit of exploding when used in regenerative cooling, as its exothermic decomposition process can start at a temperature as low as 97 degrees, which can lead to a violent explosion. Eventually, the engineers, who may have been short a few fingers at this point, landed on anhydrous ammonia as their fuel. Ammonia is a fantastic cooling fluid with an extremely high heat capacity and high latent heat of vaporization, making it the ideal rocket fuel for regenerative cooling, with a higher specific impulse over its alcohol-water ancestors at 293 seconds. However, ammonia does come with its own issues. It's toxic and would attack many metals like copper. The pressure gauges of the X-15, which contained copper, were consistently failing after 6 months of use, despite not being in direct contact with the fuel. This was annoying but deemed an acceptable trade-off for the fuel's benefits. This development process of the engine was fraught with difficulties and ran over both time and budget. Meanwhile, the airframe had to undergo parallel development without the final engine, instead using 2 XLR-11 engines which had previously powered the Bell X-1. These provided enough power to get the plane to 3.3 Mach and test some of the plane's flight performance characteristics, but fell well short of the requirements for hypersonic flight. In the meantime, data on the hypersonic flight characteristics of the X-15 were gathered using advanced hypersonic wind tunnels, but the engineers had no idea whether this data would be accurate. This was still a very new field of research. The design and requirements of a hypersonic aircraft that could possibly fly into space were so radically new and different that traditional aerodynamics textbooks had to be left at the door. This was going to require a completely fresh approach with all assumptions thrown out. For example, during the development of the X-15, a debate was raging in the NACA Ames research facility over the design of the nose for hypersonic aircraft like this. Julian Allen argued that any aircraft flying in this flight regime should be designed with a blunt body, something that completely contradicted the established thought of the era, which demanded for extremely pointed nose in an effort to reduce drag. Julian Allen argued that this blunt body design would create a bow shockwave, which would create a boundary layer of air around the vehicle and ensured the extreme frictional heat was kept away from the structure of the aircraft, and instead dissipated harmlessly into the atmosphere. The X-15 did incorporate these ideas into all of the plane's leading edges, including the nose and wings, and the idea would be applied to all re-entry vehicles in future. As the X-15 re-entered Earth's atmosphere, it would be taking a very high angle of attack approach to bleed off speed. At a 20-degree angle of attack, the upper vertical tail became completely useless, as it was severely shielded from the airflow by the body of the aircraft, whereas the lower tail would experience a marked increase in effectiveness as it dipped into the high-pressure zone caused by the compression side of the wing. So, this lower tail was essential for ensuring yaw stability at these high angle of attack re-entries. But this lower ventral tail was so large that it made landing on the plane's shorter skids impossible, so the pilot had to jettison a section of it before landing, where it would deploy a parachute to land softly and hopefully undamaged. The shape of the X-15's vertical tail is one of the most distinctive features of the plane. The primitive-looking wedge profile looks like something someone may have designed with 300-year-old knowledge of fluid dynamics. Oddly, that's exactly what it was designed with. In 1687, Newton described an equation in his groundbreaking book, Principia, that predicted the force a flat plate in a moving fluid would experience. He imagined the air as a stream of particles that would strike the plate and transfer all of their momentum normal to the surface, and then travel parallel to the plate. He also assumed the particles did not interact with each other and there was no random motion. This, of course, is wrong. The complex fluid fields in this situation are much more complicated than Newton predicted, but bizarrely, his equation rather accurately approximates the forces on an aerodynamic surface in hypersonic flow. Let's look at the wedge tail surface as it increases its Mach number. At supersonic speeds, a shockwave will form at the point of the wing. This is called an oblique shock wave, and its angle becomes smaller as the Mach number increases. Until, at hypersonic speeds, the angle becomes so small that it almost matches the wedge angle. This looks oddly a lot like what Newton predicted for subsonic airflow, and indeed his equation becomes more and more accurate as the Mach number increases. And while the wedge shape begins to act predictably with this simple equation, normal thin curved aerofoils designed with subsonic fluid dynamics in mind begin to experience a dramatic loss of lift, rendering them essentially useless at hypersonic speeds. The wedge tail continues to perform and provide the stabilizing pressure needed to keep the plane flying straight. This does come with a trade-off of high drag, as the blunt end creates a narrow pressure zone behind it that drags the plane backwards. But this was of little concern for a short-range plane that needed to slow down quickly. In fact, the wedge tail was fitted with extendable speed brakes to even further this braking effect when coming back from its high-speed runs. Flying at hypersonic speed did not just come with strange aerodynamics. The heat of hypersonic speeds was one of the largest challenges that faced the X-15. A very specialized metal was needed for the task. The SR-71 utilized titanium, and it experienced a maximum temperature of about 300 degrees Celsius on its pointed nose and engine inlet spike during Mach 3 flight. This temperature was vastly lower than what the X-15 was expected to experience at Mach 6 and above. The effect of frictional heating does not scale linearly. It would not be dealing with 600 degrees, but upwards of 1000 degrees. far beyond what the titanium skin of the SR-71 could handle. Having to deal with the extreme external heat was difficult enough, but the designers also needed to contend with the extreme cold emanating from the internal cryogenic liquid oxygen fuel tanks. In images of the underside of the X-15, you can frequently see frost covering the belly of the plane where the liquid oxygen tanks are located. There is only one metal on Earth up for this task, Inconel X. Inconel X is a nickel, chromium, iron and niobium alloy that was capable of operating at lower temperatures while having extremely good heat resistance. Plotting tensile yield stress against operating temperature for aluminium, titanium and stainless steel looks something like this. Now, if we plot Inconel X, we can see just how good it is at maintaining its strength at extremely high temperatures. However, Inconel is heavy. Designers estimated that an Inconel X airframe would weigh about 180% more than an equivalent airframe made from aluminium, and this was before the ablative materials were applied to allow for the highest speed runs. The ability to maintain its strength at elevated temperatures was beneficial, but there were plenty more problems to solve. Non-uniform heat distribution made accommodating thermal expansion and stress extremely difficult, and several redesigns of the plane's structure was needed to fix problems that cropped up along the way. During the plane's first Mach 6 flight, one of the quartz windows, quite worryingly, shattered mid-flight when the Inconel framing buckled due to thermal expansion. Thankfully, only the outer pane shattered and the pilot survived to tell the tale. The framing metals were promptly switched to titanium, which experiences lower thermal expansion, and the aft portion of the framing was removed entirely for a very interesting reason. The designers discovered during high-speed tests that the plane was experiencing extreme local heating in strange locations. One such hotspot was appearing behind the window, and it was the result of shockwaves creating turbulent flow. These turbulent flows create areas of elevated heat transfer into the skin of the aircraft that create dangerous hotspots. To find and eliminate these hotspots, the designers employed a special kind of heat-sensitive paint that would change color when exposed to certain temperatures. After one high-speed flight, the plane returned with wedge-shaped patterns emanating from the leading edge expansion joints, which were small gaps in the leading edge to prevent buckling when the Inconel X expanded during flight. These gaps were creating this turbulent flow, and to fix it, engineers installed small strips of Inconel X over the expansion joints in an attempt to minimize the turbulent zones. They did get smaller, but were not eliminated completely. For the eventual world record-breaking flight, the Inconel X alone would not ensure survival of the plane. For this, the plane would need an ablative material, a sacrificial material designed to gradually burn and fall away from the aircraft, pulling the heat with it. One of the principal missions of the X-15 was to develop these materials. Multiple materials and application systems were tested throughout the X-15 program, and plenty of problems were found. Bonding the ablative materials to the surface of the metal proved difficult. Some simply fell off when the underlying metal expanded underneath it, and it could not stretch with it. These problems were found at slower Mach 5 flights, but if they appeared during the top speed attempt, the plane likely would have been lost. Another problem arose when the ablative material, after burning away from the nose of the plane, began attaching itself to the windows of the plane, making it extremely difficult for the pilot to see, which was a bit of a problem. The engineers looked at several solutions to the problem. One involved deliberately exploding the outer pane of the glass to remove the ablative stained portion. The engineers eventually landed on a less risky solution by installing a mechanical eyelid to the left window that remained closed until the high-speed portion of the flight concluded, ensuring the pilot had at least one window to look out of during landing. This was a relatively primitive solution and created some stability issues, as once open, the eyelid acted like a canard and caused the plane to slightly pitch up, roll right, and yaw right, an annoying but manageable problem. A slightly more terrifying problem cropped up with the final ablative material. This pink material, called MA35S, was sprayed onto the surface of the plane in various thicknesses, according to the local need. It worked well, but had one massive, glaring drawback. When mixed with liquid oxygen, the material would become explosive and could be triggered by a slight impact. A bit worrying considering the plane's oxidizer was liquid oxygen and spillage was not rare, especially as the plane had to be continually topped up from its B-52 dock as it ascended to altitude. The spray-on method could also potentially introduce the ablative material into the oxidizer lines too. To minimize this terrifying prospect, the plane was sprayed with a secondary white sealant coat to prevent the liquid oxygen from mixing with the ablative, and came with the added benefit, or disadvantage, of hiding the glorious pink colour. After a decade of development, on the 188th flight of the X-15, the plane was finally ready for its record-breaking flight. On October 3rd, 1967, William Knight climbed into the cockpit of the X-15, hanging from its perch underneath the wing of the behemoth B-52, which carried the plane up to 45,000 feet. Here, Knight dropped away and ignited the rocket engine, and with the help of 2 external fuel tanks, they roared for 2.5 minutes, pushing the plane to the yet-to-be-broken 6.7 Mach flight. In the attempt, the plane was destroyed. The ablative coating hadn't worked as well as hoped, and the plane landed with parts of the skin melted away. It would not fly again. The remaining 2 planes in the program flew just another 11 times in total before the program was shut down. Through the 199 flights of the X-15, NASA gained some of the most valuable data it has ever gathered. The X-15 not only broke speed records, but altitude records, when, on July 17, 1962, Robert White became the first man to fly a plane to space. The knowledge NASA gathered through this program advanced our understanding in rocket engine design, turbulent flow, localized heating, ablative materials, and hypersonic stability and control, all of which contributed to the design and development of the Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, and Space Shuttle programs, and provided Neil Armstrong with invaluable experience in controlling a rocket-powered spacecraft. Armstrong was a fascinating man, someone I knew very little about until I watched this documentary on CuriosityStream, an hour and 40-minute long documentary that had me captivated the whole way through. I was inspired by the story of a young boy who became fascinated by model aircraft at an early age and pursued that passion with every step of his life, becoming a licensed pilot at the age of 16, entering an aerospace engineering program at 17 through a military scholarship, before being drafted as an aviator into the Korean War, a stepping stone to his eventual career as an experienced test pilot and, of course, astronaut. A life of a man driven by a deep passion for aviation that led him to a life of greatness that will never be forgotten. This documentary alone is worth the astoundingly low price of subscription to CuriosityStream at $14.79 a year or $2.99 a month. But this is just one of many award-winning documentaries on CuriosityStream, and you will also get access to Nebula, the streaming service that's home to my Logistics of D-Day series, my new podcast Modulus, which launched another episode today, and ad-free versions of all of the videos you see on this channel. I am just one of many channels on Nebula, and you can get exclusive access to originals from my favorite channels, like Mustard's The Origins of Stealth, which details the fascinating history of the F-117 Nighthawk, or Wendover Productions' 3-part trivia game show that I took part in. This is simply the best way to support the channels you enjoy while getting something awesome in return. If you are looking for something else to watch right now, there is a playlist to the entire Insane Engineering series on screen now, along with a link to Real Science's latest video about the incredible efforts we are making to program bacteria to take on our most difficult problems.
All right, that fucking took forever. Holy shit, I fucking hate everything. Oh, there wasn't even autoplay. I want to fucking end my life. This is some bullshit, man. I tell ya. Only the highest quality bullshit here. Oh, I wonder how long that's been like that. Oh, here, hold on. Watch this, watch this. Alright, we're going right in the fucking Who woke him up? Wait, what? Wait, oh, that was grief.
The plot thickens. No one can hide from us.
We need to put a stop to their push.
Annoying.
Step right up.
Oh, dude, I can't hit that. No shot.
I need help here.
There goes your ally.
Patience and progress.
Oh, what? Bold res?
Just a few steps away from him. Keep pushing.
It's dangerous to get close to me.
Oh, I was one. Oh.
Back in action. No one can hide from the hunters.
Oh.
Widow, I'm trying to get to you when you're running away from me.
Stop their barricade. Parfait.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'll switch. Oh, never mind.
Heroes never die.
We've got the robot. Let's move.
Oh, I'm with that. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna switch. Yeah, I should go Pharaoh. I'll go,
Sweat.
Round number. Stay sharp.
we just do more damage. We're jamming. Holy shit. Oh, no shot. Right at the turn. Ba-da-da-da-da. Alright, let's put on obvious. It's gonna give me DMC. Oh, that was so much damage. Nano boosted McCree does so much damage. Yeah, oh well. Alright, whatever.
Welcome to Oasis. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
That's gonna be bad. Oasis, double sniper. Oh my.
Confidence will be put to it. Your miscalculations will cost you everything.
Holy. It's up. Holy shit. That was so much damage.
Was that all? Annihilation stirs.
Dude. Moira, can you literally heal me? Yeah. Oh, dude, what? Wait, what?
My resolve
How does that...
hardens. Hostile in view.
Oh. Alright, this team is actually dog shit. Alright, I'm going for the ball.
Best round lost.
Surrender to my will.
Score 0-1.
Yeah, buddy. I don't know that would. Yeah, this music too slow pace. Oh, what was the last time we was playing? Beast mode?
Knowledge is its own reward.
Capture the objective.
Eyes on the back.
Oh, I fucked up. Oh, no way. I swiped through that door. I don't believe I didn't swing through that door. I'm just making sure this game's over. So. Oh, shit. This character does an ungodly amount of damage.
Get in there.
What am I gonna do? I'm not gonna go camp their spawn.
Greetings. First round.
Freeze! Don't move!
Dude, Doofus is like the worst to play into the horde. What is he doing?
1-0.
Oh, dude, I am in a way low grave. Yes, tank. Where am I placed right now? What is the rank of the other tank? Like, him. Oh, wow. The competitive mode's all sorts of broken.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round pushing forward. Capture the objective.
I literally have more damage than their whole team. I almost have more damage than their whole team.
Reevaluating. Re-engaging.
I think I'm a little better than their team. Holy shit. I'm playing too aggressive. I can already tell. If I played a little bit more farther back. Oh wow, that was so much damage. Yeah, them going Reaper was a smart move. We'll see about that guy. I don't like that guy right now. I think he's hacking. Wait, did somebody change Bastion? Oh, why did he switch? Alright, these people suck.
Score within 1-1.
That just wasn't my map.
Only in unity.
Tell Jack to stop chasing me.
I have. He wouldn't listen.
Isn't that just like him?
Yeah, one of our DPS aren't good, man. Ba da da da.
2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
This is it. Everyone work together.
I've high hopes for you.
No way. Ah, dude. Dude, they're healers. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Make way.
It's actually insane. Oh my god. I just lost my play of the game. Yeah. They went Reaper and our team just didn't know what to do. It's pretty fucking obvious. They went Reaper and that was it.
Play
Yeah, I lost my play of the game to this fucking guy. That's not even that good of Doom.
Meteor strike.
Oh man, I fucking hate this game. I actually lost my play of the game to that. Alright, let's fucking play competitive, whatever. Oh. I want open queue.
Traveling to New Queen
Yeah,
Street.
New Queen Street. I fucking hate New Queen Street.
Select your hero.
I will. Reinhardt, how have you been?
Terrible. Every moment without you watching over me has been agony.
You're so dramatic, you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
I'll be right there. Taking care of you.
Got one here.
I keep them moving the barricade.
Got the robot.
Healing you. Targeting hostile.
Over there.
You can't hide. We pull ahead of the other team.
Eyes on the target.
The barricade proceeds.
Keep fighting.
Can't see the Hans over there. He's gonna get picked.
Watch out for this one.
I'll be quick. You're powered up. Get in there.
I'm unstoppable. Let the kitsune guide you.
Nodding off.
Oh, that was meant for the Rhine, but that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. That's a whoopsies. That's a whoops.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji. You're covered. Down.
Oh my god.
Your team has lost the lead.
Falling behind. Don't fret. I see you. Targeting hostile.
Oh, no shot.
I won't give in.
Alright, I have to do damage. Our DPS, one of our DPS are kind of struggling, so just the damage orb alone will do more damage than probably some of these people.
Help me.
Oh.
Let us proceed. Your end is within my reach. Show them our superiority.
Oh well. Something I can do. Dude, they have no heals. We should not be losing this. Oh my god.
Of the robot.
This is a lot closer of a game. Alright, I honestly cannot do anything else. Like, Dude, our DPS is 4K damage still.
Time again to try again. A cure for all the tales.
Let the Kitsune guide you. Into the eyes.
Oh, it's GG. Like, I don't know.
Smithereens. Tactical visor activated.
Now, to start anew.
Took control of the robot.
Victory grows ever further from their reach.
10 seconds.
What is it now?
Looks like your lives depend on it.
Yeah. It's GG. Yeah, I can't do anything else. The Zen just didn't die. Like, died the Zen. He's the only one healing. The Lucio's not even healing. Oh, that's just bad. Bad game sense and bad playing the game. It's actually hilarious. People don't know how to play this fucking game.
Traveling to Dorado. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Oh, I may have this switch.
Leave a broken world behind.
I don't know how you do it, Anna.
Do what?
Stay still for hours. Wait for the perfect shot.
I don't know how you zip around without getting dizzy.
Can you build me a bike? Money's no object.
He is an artist, not a mechanic.
Alright. How about a new chassis for Bob?
That is intriguing.
Need someone to tuck you in?
4, 3, 2.
Wait, isn't? Never mind. Never mind.
Attack commencing.
Stop the cave in sight, and this will go smoothly. Stand up straight. I've got you. Payload secured. Let's move.
That one's on the pass.
Sit tight. Enemies left here.
Got one here.
Next time, say please.
Have a nice day.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Covering you.
Oh, what? Why is he so fast, man? Oh, that's just unfortunate.
I go out on my terms. We're outnumbered. Be careful.
Who am I gonna nano?
I've got you. I watch over you. Don't fret. I see you. You're powered up. Get in there. Close your eyes. What's one more kill?
Clobbered.
What rank am I at? It's weird. I feel like everybody knows what the fuck they're doing right now. It's weird.
Don't fret. I see you.
I'm here.
Helping you out. I've got you.
Let the kitsune
Oh well.
You'll have to try harder than that. Hello. Over there.
How many was that?
Stand up straight. Eyes on a target. Hello there. Yeah.
Wow.
Payload secure. Destination. لسه قدامي كتير. ازيك؟ عامل ايه؟
I might have to switch if this monkey dives me a bunch. I have to switch.
No recovery. Over there.
This ends now.
He died. Well, me who can win it.
Unstoppable. Waka to the frigate.
You're powered up. Get in there. I get tired of fighting alone.
Dude, can this monkey leave me the fuck alone, man? Alright, I'm gonna switch. Like, I would want to stay, but I'm getting dove so much by this monkey. I'm gonna have to play farther back than on cart. It's fine. I'll build a quick nano.
By the way, you can wait to use nano.
By the way, you can wait to use. Uh.
30 seconds.
Keep attacking until the last
Oh, I almost had nano. They're gonna blame me, and I'm gonna be like, "Yo, I'm saving the ball." Just, you know, I'm trying to play around it, but you know, whatever. If we can stall, I have a nano, but I don't think it matters. They're gonna blame me.
Can you guys please prioritize healing over damage and kills?
I am.
Score 2-0.
All I'm doing is healing. Who is this Firmiko guy?
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Sure, like, what the fuck, man? Like, I'm not gonna nano the fucking, who is this? I could nano them. Nano on these teams is literally just to save them. That's literally all I'm doing. Like,
You need a dose of reality, little Miss
who is that
Sunshine.
other player on the other team? He's just so much healing.
Till the sun gets in your eyes.
I don't know how you do it, Anna.
Do what?
Stay still for hours. Wait for the perfect shot.
I don't know how you zip around without getting dizzy.
That shit is so strong.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Okay, Dirk, can you like focus on like healing, please?
Taking care of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch. This monkey's gonna fucking die my ass constantly.
You're fine. You need this. Covering you. Keep them in.
I can see you, man. Why'd you dive out there?
I'm here.
I gotta play farther back.
I appreciate the support. Healing fortified. Taking care of you.
Oh, I'm fucking dead. Oh, no way.
Yo, maybe help your supports back here.
Sorry, I was dead. I was coming back from spawn.
Oh my.
Thanks for the heals, thanks. Like, not sarcasm, thanks.
This Kariko getting just fully. Oh. Oh,
Nice sleep.
I don't. I'm gonna nano. I don't know who to nano. Like, who do I even nano here? Like, I don't know. Oh, I'm dead. I'm a mega dead. Yeah, that was shot. Just reset, regroup. I'll nano the tracer. Nobody calls for it, so how do I 4K damage? I don't know.
Keep fighting.
Nice sleep.
Oh, fuck, I'm dead. Like, you don't want me to use the ball, nano of the ball. I'm not gonna do it. I could use nano. I'll nano the bomb. Fuck it. They have nothing to sleep it. Don't wake him! Oh my.
Nice nano, by the way.
What's up?
Fuck's sake. I can't tell if this guy's sarcastic or not being sarcastic. Like, I have no fucking idea. I have to switch. It's just, that's it. I gotta switch. I'm just getting fucking rolled over and over again. It's just not even worth it anymore. Now he switches the rider? Oh my.
Thank you, supports. That was a lot better.
Oh
Good.
my god.
You did well.
Like, fuck's sake. This fucking monkey was cracked, though. He was trying so hard. Oh my god. I forgot how fucking it feels so toxic when you play these games.
Now entering King's Row. Prepare your defenses.
The F-22 is being so useful destroying balloons. It's hilarious. All it does is keep shooting down balloons. They're shooting down like a balloon a day. Like, what the fuck?
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Need someone to tuck you in?
Push your limits. Nothing breaks that I cannot mend.
Do not get in my way.
Hello. Hoi.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend for all the tales.
Not so graceful anymore. I require assistance.
Keep fighting.
Enemy here.
Come over here for me. Over there.
Enemy seen.
The Sigma's like playing like way over there. Why was he playing so far over there? Like, what was our take doing?
I still have some fight in me.
Like, when you lose King's Row first point, you might as well just fucking quit.
Objective lost. I keep you up.
Sie werden dich nicht kriegen.
Oh my god.
Merci. To my will. Sterben nicht.
What?
To get healed. The payload has reached This is not the end.
This team is just like, just trickling and trickling.
I'm here. Keep fighting.
Oh, they don't even have a bit of.
I've got you. Surrender to my will. You're powered up. Get in there. Just try to stop me.
Like, what the fuck is this team doing?
Score 0-3.
What the fuck is happening?
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Our Sigma went in by himself and ulted with nobody around. I was gonna nano him and then we died and like, why is he playing way over there? Oh, he's the only one in voice chat. Oh my god, I could be so toxic. I'm going Baptiste.
Another day, another battlefield.
Much lies in store. Let us see to it.
What matters is that we fight to the very last second. I try that again. Doctor's orders. Stay near the immortality field.
All right, our tank is actually dog shit. Full health, sees the Reaper charging. What do? Run away. Holy shit.
No one can hide my sight.
Enemy here. Now I truly feel alive.
Yeah, this game's a loss.
Repairing your cellular matrix.
Team kill.
I stand with you.
Don't think the payload's going to push itself.
I'm gonna press Q and we're gonna win. And then I'm gonna go fucking Kuriko because this is like GG. It's hardcore GG.
Like new again.
We're here to be heard.
If you can.
No one can hide from my sight.
Enemy here. Let's get that payload going, people.
Defeat. Play of the game.
That was horrendous. Like, fuck, man, what was that game? Oh, dude, I fucking hate this game, man. What the fuck was that? Like, actually, what the fuck was that? Anything interesting happening on Twitch? I'm here. I think there is no.
Now arriving at the Shambali Monastery. Prepare to attack.
You want to know what's unfortunate? Starting today, well, starting Monday, my work schedule is horrendous. It's I work from 5 a.m. 5 in the morning to until I'm done. It shouldn't be more than fucking like 6 or 7 hours, but it's like it sucks. I hate waking up that early. Like, I have no problem doing like a shit ton of work, but dude, when it's that early, it sucks.
Then I better not be disappointed.
To fill this
Kids
out.
also disappoint you.
You are safe with me. We will not lose this battle if we fight as one.
I don't much like losing.
Mm-hmm.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
I'll just focus on killing that fucking Pharah. Oh, she's one hit. I have to 3-tap the Pharah.
Heavy cloud, great down here. Over here. Over there. Stick with it.
Favorite part. Back off. Never miss my mark. How you
Lucio, you can go ahead and move up. You can go ahead, Lucio.
No. Ah, I was on a 13 kill streak.
Maybe a different angle.
I'm gonna go right. I'm gonna go. Yeah, we're truly struggling here. That's only my second death. Yeah, I don't know. Same point.
Meet your fate. Score 3-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Anybody even in here? Just Marton. Oh, it's just an Anna.
Put them in the ground.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Keep in sight. I'll have us in and out in no time.
I don't much like losing.
Whoops.
Hold your thumbs, and we'll get through this all right.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
I've high hopes for you.
Stop the payload.
I'm actually gonna go McCree.
Every soldier needs a cause.
Soldier, I'm losing it. Alright, this might be my last game. Nah, I can go to 12. So LB won't be live like at all this whole week. Ooh, that's gonna do a lot of damage.
Oh man, they're getting up again.
Can you fall back?
Oh, no way. Oh, the Anna trolled.
I'll try to repay the favor.
Dude, their Genji is good. Is actually good. I might actually go back for Craig.
Someone needs to fill this saddle. Thanks, Doc.
I'm going back McCree. He does so much damage. I love this game. High skill. Nobody's there. Res me. Come on. No shot, right?
Eyes sharp this time.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Reality bends to my will.
That's how you fan the hammer.
They're probably gonna come this way. I'm already calling it.
Pain is inevitable. 60 seconds. Keep watch.
Yeah, that.
Let's rustle up some reinforcements.
I stand with you.
It's Halloween.
Their Mercy doesn't die, man. I'm gonna go Tracer. Actually, nay. Stall.
Come on, Snowball.
30 seconds remaining.
Just hold on a bit longer, everyone.
Why'd he go Bastion? I swear, man, the rank I'm at with my DPS, people just do weird things. Like, I'm going May because I'm trying to stall on point. This guy goes Bastion for... Huh? In my opinion, I'm pretty sure Orisa is a counter for... Bastion. And they have a Genji, which is like literally a counter for Bastion. This guy decides, I'm gonna go Bastion. That's my play. Alright, cool, buddy.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Helping those in need is its own reward.
Boosting your damage.
You rob any trains in your day?
Oh, they get all gummed up together in a big pile when I try.
Wait, what?
You're supposed to stop them first.
I do stop them. I think my problem is that I stop them a little too hard.
4, 3, 2, 1. 60 seconds remaining. Escort the payload.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Whew. Dude, I popped off there.
I am here to support.
Oh, it's GG. Oh. Oh. That's unfortunate. Dude, their Mercy is doing... Why does our Mercy have so much... He must have been playing something else. No shot. Their Mercy has 22,000 healing. Like, holy shit. Alright. I'm bringing out the May.
Come on, Snowball. They need our help.
I'll see this matter resolved.
See, this is the one problem with payload maps, dude. They last so long, but they can be so close.
Battle draws near. Ready yourselves.
No unnecessary risks.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 60 seconds remaining. Misery made. Stop the payload.
Deep breaths. We can do this. I see an enemy.
Literally game saving wall. That better be play of the game. Oh wait, I forgot this Genji literally got like a 5k. Alright, let's see where I place on my damage. I mean, wait, I got ranked up really high. Do they think I'm in gold? It doesn't show it, it's actually broken, but that's... Wait, they think I'm in gold? They don't even show last season's. Oh, they fixed those. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Nobody's fucking here. What do I do? Alright, fuck. Alright. What time is it? Oh, yeah. We got more games to play. I don't feel like playing tank. Tank sucks balls, so.
Now entering Midtown. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Would that help? My heart is strong, and my javelin is sharp. Over here!
One more mission, huh?
Hmm.
I'm in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Sniper.
Come over here. Help me. Healing you.
Oh. This widow's good.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Taking care of you. I see you. Enough whining. You're fine. Healing you. You're powered up. Get in there. Stand up straight. I appreciate it.
Enemy seen.
Be careful.
And now, there's much for you to do.
I won't let you fall.
Why aren't we going on this high ground up here?
Sword for your wound. Kill confirmed. Help me. Close your eyes. Covering you. Ahlan.
Let's get started.
Gotta group up.
Taking care of you. Ahlan.
Not on my watch.
Keep fighting. Cut the pain.
Dude, their widows are really good.
لسه قدامي كتير.
Mate checking in.
ازيك؟
I could use some assistance.
Targeting hostile. I have you. Keep fighting. I'm not.
Their widow's like purely just targeting me. Well, she's targeting everybody else, but when I'm not there, she's like just targeting me.
Isaiah.
Isaiah.
Stand up straight. I go out on my terms.
10 seconds remaining.
Heroes never die. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
You still have much to learn.
Behind you.
Got you. Hello.
Let me take a look.
Over there.
Keep fighting.
60 seconds remaining.
Activating
Eyes on a target.
sequence. Come here.
Healing you.
Ramatra, at your side.
Keep you up. That must sting.
30 seconds.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Freeze! Don't move.
I just needed a push. Your end is within my
10 seconds remaining.
No wonder I can't retire.
Angel
Enemies approach.
Holy, let's go.
Score 0-2.
Dude, I'm so fucking fucked up right now.
Prepare to
I have
attack.
another drink to drink that's like literally just pure vodka. Dude, that shit's gonna fuck me up so bad. Isaiah. You know, I'm pretty decent at Anna, but at other things I'm kind of garbage still. We need more hype music. Bass arcade, fuck it.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
We will not lose this battle if we fight as one. Put them in the ground.
We're doing this my way.
You will regret your insolence when I free the Kraken. You will regret your insolence when I free the Kraken. You will regret.
We must all find a cause worth fighting for.
You will regret your insolence when I free the Kraken. You will regret your insolence when I free
The Kraken.
Equalizer to absolute destruction.
When I free the Kraken. You will regret your insolence when I free.
Oh, did they fix it?
3, 2,
Wait,
1.
he stopped.
Attack commencing. Action
Oh my god, get actually fucking shit on. I got a car, you can go up there.
You're powered up. Get in there. Silent. Enemy in sight.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. I appreciate the support. Over here. No recovery. Taking care of you. Rendezvous at my position. I'll keep you up. They have superior numbers.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
The Eye of Horus watches over you.
Oh, no way! How could she see me? Oh my god, that's actually just fucking stupid.
I'm not finished.
What fucking bump was that?
Nanoboost almost ready. My ultimate is fully charged. Get in there.
I have 3k damage.
I'll turn it up.
Join me in defending the payload.
I've got you. You're powered up. Get in there.
Oh, it's big, big, big. That fucking... Dude, that anti, did you see how fat that fucking anti was? Like, holy shit. Alright, GG guys.
GG.
Play of the game.
Yeah, this Widow on the other team gets screwed by his bad teammates. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Alright, let's see where I get placed in gold for. I like being in gold. Gold, you don't have to try. Like a tank, I played 0 tank games. I'll play one more. Fuck it.
Now arriving at Lijiang Paradise.
Alright.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Diamond Challenger. What is this guy's actual name?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm in aim.
Round 1. Capture the
Someone to
objective.
meet, someone to tuck, meet someone.
I'll
to
do
tuck.
Nano Blade Central here.
Isaiah.
You cannot escape me.
Enemies left here. You're welcome.
First was one. Dude,
Try to heal you, Genji, but it was too late. My god, dude, that's
high skill character right there.
You only have Ana heals right now. Oh, nobody's in voice chat.
Alright, Genji. Since you're in voice chat, ready? Ready? Watch this. Go for it. Oh, he didn't have it.
Okay, no need for that blade. Thank you. Back here. Whoa,
Surrender my will.
Heals.
He just... I don't think we can hold that. Oh, that was so close. That's unfortunate if oh, I didn't realize there was only a few people in here. Oh well. I tried.
Just grab, watch out. Used all for no reason. No value out of the block. Get out of that. We can push. They have no ult here. Maybe tired. I'm gonna go behind them. Give me nano, Anna. Give me nano. Moira. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, no way!
This is when we push. Where's our fucking tank?
He got tired, man. It was unfortunate.
Oh my fucking god. Why is the team not pushing though? They all turned around.
Oh my god, I can't heal any more than that, Sigma.
Mercy's won, dude. Mercy's won. Wow, dude. I don't know what else to do. The whole team turns around to try to kill me, and the team doesn't even fucking push.
Maybe I'll just go Kuriko. I think the immortality's gonna be really strong.
One of
here.
DPS is 6-6.
I craft my own arrows.
Dude, he's popping off. Just believe in him.
A meditation.
I believe in him. This is his round, man. He didn't like that, man.
Can't change the world by following all the rules.
Oh man.
Still too early to call it quits.
Huh?
Carried on the wind.
It's not the reason why. Like, holy shit. Maybe we just needed the immortality.
Meet your fate.
What is this team doing? Holy shit, man. He stole the 11 and 9. 5 damage. And at the same time, he uses the
I wouldn't mind
Kariko.
stealing a spaceship. You hear what they make satellites out of these days?
It was. Holy shit, this solar guy is so
If
angry.
anybody asks, I was never here.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
If we're hoping to win, now's the time.
Like, they don't understand. They TP'd on the point.
Don't get booped. How about Lucio? Why don't we go main? Why are we going this side? Oh my goodness.
That was interesting.
You're right clicking.
Taking hold of the objective.
You will be renewed.
Under my protection.
There is pride before the fall.
Feel better?
Return to the earth.
The Kitsune gains new champions.
Enemies found. Preparing.
Your end is within my reach.
My gift to you.
Persistence is always rewarded.
Time to get clever. Carried on the wind.
This game is so toxic. Dude, it's fucking crazy how toxic this game is.
Let the Kitsune guide you. Let me balance you out.
Just needed a dash of mischief.
you. I needed that. You're falling apart.
You can all just take it easy. Somebody get me some more. She's gonna blow. Nice to know you have my back.
Surrender to my will.
Oh, GG, man, GG. So unfortunate. I hate how this video decided not to pop off. It's so sad because I spent a lot of time in this farm. Yeah, it got 27 views, but like that's like nothing. And it's already out of the algorithm. Dude, this other one that's like fucking I uploaded 2 weeks ago is now getting views. I don't know. I don't know how the algorithm works. Like it's a consistent like it's like all of a sudden like 13 hours ago or 2 o'clock it just started to get like it's gotten 62 views in the last 30 minutes or 40 minutes. It's like what the fuck, man? I don't know. And these are all YouTube search. That means it's like high on the YouTube search. That means people are clicking on it. So
I will not leave a broken world behind.
what's up, team?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
I'm gonna be fucking calling out bullshit. We're in wait. Oh my god. I just realized I hit more damage.
My ultimate
My ultimate is charging.
Oh, I can build it on the nano.
Let the kitsune guide you. I'm here. Keep fighting.
You're powered up. Get in there.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji.
Dude, nobody's doing any damage. Like, whole.
Got you. 60 seconds remaining.
Come over here for me.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
My ultimate is charged. Don't fret. I see you. Eyes on a target.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
Payload mobilized.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. Even though I walked right into that. Oh well. That's my fault.
You'll have to try harder than that. Taking care of you.
No.
I go out on my turn.
Dude, their widow's literally carrying them. Oh.
I'm not finished.
30 seconds yellow.
Our time is up. Time is ready. Get in there, and I'll
Yeah, just dash up. I got it. Oh. No way. No way, Genji. What were you doing all the way over there? I can't. I give up. I honestly give up. I'm fucking... Go fucking do something, man. Why was he over there? He's one people winning a BAB and he presses Q? Alright, buddy. Alright, buddy. What's this guy's name? Drift Hunter? What is his fucking rank? Oh, God. This guy hasn't played competitive in so long. I'm just gonna go Kuriko, whatever. It's just... Oh, wait, these... I'm gonna stay in it. It's like, what's the fucking point? Dude, our DPS are so bad. Our RAM is doing like all the work. I'm trying to keep him up. I should have just nanoed him. I don't know what I was thinking. Nano is fucking Genji. He hasn't earned it. One of our DPS are 11 and 1. Or 1 and 11. Edward 101, please just hit something. How does he die 11 times?
Just one more mission.
How is that even possible? I don't fucking know, man. This is just actually ridiculous.
Attackers incoming.
Need someone to defend
objective A.
Enough whining. You're fine.
Hello there.
Like, dude, 1 in 14. That's bad, man. This guy's like, sorry, ... 1 in 14. I hit more kills. That's really bad, man. That's really bad. I'd love to actually buy these beekeeper skins, but like, dude, they're so expensive. Like, look, I used to have like almost full on everything. Where is it? Who was the? What are some of these Junker Queen skins? No, these are all just useless. I have all the good Joker Queen skins. Soldiers had some skins that just got released. Look how many skins I'm missing. that I could buy. Because I have 19,000. Oh, let me get all my battle pass tiers. Oh, I look at 20K now. Yeah, I probably won't buy the next battle pass unless there's a really, really good skin on it. Like, what even is, like, the cheapest thing? $5? Yeah. Is there any other really good skins in the battle pass? Oh, that one looks cool. That one actually looks cool. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's a souvenir. Oh, that's a cool skin. Like, they have good skins in Overwatch. Like, the Battle Pass has great skins in it, but other than that, this skin, horrendous. Nobody's ever gonna be wearing that shit. Ooh, that one looks pretty cool. Oh, that's a really cool skin. That's the top skin. This skin is really good. Well, it's about as good as the let's put on a better place. You know what? Let's keep playing. Fuck it. What is actually my 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2? Oh, it's 3, 2. 3, 4. Oh, that's 7. I hate this map.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero. Five, 4,
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. No.
Hey. Thanks, Doc.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Pushing the barricade. Let's keep it up.
Let's get you back in the fight.
My ultimate is ready. Saddle up.
We have the lead.
Thought they were dead, but ran on.
Stuck landing. Took the robot. Don't let it move a single step. It's your fate.
Why is the Orisa backing up? Why? No shot, right?
Over there.
Need some assistance?
Let's get to work.
Let's kick this off.
Make your maker proud. Hello. My ultimate's ready.
Forward spawn
The kitsune is ready to be unleashed. Let the kitsune guide you.
Passing out the welcome map. That was a close one. Come and get it.
Yeah, that wasn't a good high noon, but you know, sometimes just the way it happens. Yeah, Bastion and Kitsune Rush is rough. To be real honest.
Hey there.
What's up?
Hello. Stop their barricade.
Yeah, we gotta group up. We're trickling really hard right now. If we're not trickling, we win.
Hey there. Hello there.
They're pushing the barricade.
All right, their Bastion's good. I can sense it.
Lucky shot. Meet your fate. That's not good. We have to stop them.
Robots ours.
Just grab primed and ready. Over here.
2 minutes.
Wow, that's a really effective combo. Holy shit.
Maybe a different angle.
Maybe? You wanna know what? Can't join him? Can't beat him, join him.
The enemy pushes ahead.
Join me. Let the Kitsune guide you. Even with
We are outnumbered. Careful.
30 seconds.
Oh my god. No way, right?
Team has lost the lead.
The enemy has the hostile.
10 seconds. Meet your fate.
Wait, what? Oh, just nobody touched it, I guess? They just win? I don't know. I thought somebody was on it. Oh, well. Alright, that was my last game. 4-4. I'm complete even. My win-losses. So, if actually anybody actually watched me today and they're still here, like or follow. You don't have to. It's not gonna change anything about my life. So, but hey, you never know. Well. Well, if you need anything, want to follow, hang out, message me, you know, all my socials are there. But, you know, nobody's actually here. I don't even think there's, like, any users in here. No, there's a bit of, you know, users in here. User bots, I should say, that are always here. Well, see you in the next one. Bye-bye. I'll see you guys next week. Bye bye.